Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang mag-iing presa siyamanan, alam ng puso sa litin mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyot ka ng mag-iing, sa manlulupi, di ka masisingin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baba, may nilatang tuna at awit sa paglayang nilamahal. Ang isat ng waraw at tuwid ang buhay na nagnilimik, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may maghihilig. Lupa ng araw ng buwan, langit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang bigaya na pag may magmamit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Again, good morning, everyone, Professorial Chairholder. And to formally open the event, let us welcome the Dean of the College of Science, Dr. Lincoln A. Bautista, for the opening remarks. Dean?
Sir Orlan, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Maganda at mapagpalang umaga po sa ating lahat. Magandang umaga po sa ating mahal na Pangulo, Manuel M. Sa araw na ito, ay isa na namang makabuluhang lektura ang ating masasaksihan. Ang PUP sa pamumuno ni President Muhi ay patuloy na gumaganap sa kanyang mandato sa pagpapalaganap ng kaalaman, pagbabahagi ng mga resulta ng mga kaalaman at sanayan. Isang testamento ay ang walang tigil na pagsasagawa ng Professorial Lecture Series, isang aktibidad na sumusunod sa isa sa mga 10 pillars na ikinumit ng ating kasalukuyang administrasyon. Iba't ibang paksa sa agham at teknolohiya, negosyo, medisina, psikolohiya, sports, turismo, at ang paksa natin ngayong umaga, transportation and mobility. Gayun din sa hapon, ang paksa na waste management, isa sa paboritong paksa ng ating sintang paaralan. Binabati ko ang organizing committee at sa lahat ng participants ngayong umagang ito. Welcome po sa ating Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP tayo, tagumpay tayo. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, Dr. Bautista. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our first professorial lecturer for today. Our professorial chairholder has a master and doctoral degrees in urban and regional planning from the University of Tsukuba, Japan, bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of the Philippines. His academic and professional interests and advocacies are in land use and transport interaction, environmentally sustainable transport, sustainable public transport, infrastructure planning, non-motorized transport, transit-oriented development, land value capture, stakeholder engagement, among others. He has been involved in the conduct of local road transit rationalization studies in Metro Manila. He was also part of bus rapid transit studies in Metro Manila, Cebu, Davao City, and other transport studies in the Philippines and overseas. He has also been involved in the planning of new public transport systems for new emerging cities in the Sultanate of Oman and in capacity development of bus rapid transit proponents in Vietnam. He is a professor at the UP School of Urban and Regional Planning and also a faculty fellow at the UP National Center for Transportation Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome to discuss transit-oriented development, principles, policy, and practice, Dr. Cresencio M. Montalbo Jr. Dr. Montalbo.
Thank you very much, Orlan. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to once again be your professorial lecturer. This is the second of two presentations that I am happy to do collaborating with PUP. Special greetings to President Bong Muhi. Congratulations to PUP for your anniversary, which has exceeded 100 years. Happy anniversary. Okay. So at this point, I'd like to pull up my presentation. Okay, can you all see the first slide of my presentation? It shows the title,
Yes,
which is TOD, or Transit-Oriented Development, Principles, Policy, and Practice.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Orlan. And thank you for the generous introduction. And this is a presentation of 50 slides, and I think the time allocated is sufficient for this presentation. I'll try to be as swift and efficient as possible in the true spirit of quality mass transit, safe, efficient, reliable. And I hope I can display those attributes or those qualities this morning. Okay, this is the story that I will be sharing with you this morning. Just a few components of this presentation. Like any other presentation, most presentation I make on public works planning, on public transport planning, the context that I first present is sustainable development, because it is all about that. These are the 17 SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals, and the sustainable transport and sustainable public transport, as well as the quality development around mass transit stations or public transport stations, should be driven by our SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals. The most relevant among these 17 is the desire to achieve sustainable cities and communities. Sustainable public transport and transit-oriented development are consistent, are supportive of these particular goal to develop sustainable cities and communities. But among the 17 goals, this goal number 11 is not the only one that is relevant to transit-oriented development. There are other SDGs that are supportive of and related to transit-oriented development and sustainable public transport. We have the target of no poverty, good health and well-being, gender equality, economic opportunities, reduced inequalities, sustainable infrastructure, environmental targets, and partnership, forging partnerships to achieve goals. I personally believe that that sustainable transport, along with transit-oriented development, which is my topic this morning, is supportive of these goals and is important for us to have in our cities. Now, the specific topic today, which is a continuation somehow of the lecture I had on August 19, that was my first lecture on transit-oriented development. I know that with the 308 participants this morning, some of you may have missed that presentation. So I have designed this presentation to be a standalone presentation. So for those who missed the first lecture, then it's okay. And I put in some new information. I used some slides from the previous presentation just to make sure that nobody is missing out on anything. Transit-oriented development, or TOD, is defined as urban development that maximizes the amount of different land use activities, residential, business, and leisure space within walking distance of a public transport or transit hub or station. The important element here is there's a mix or diversity of activities that are easily accessible to and from a transit station. We are assuming here that the transit system is high quality, good enough to entice people to use it. And then when they get off the mass transit vehicle, it can be a train, or it can be a BRT vehicle, a bus rapid transit vehicle, then there's a diverse and high quality developments or activities that can be found within walking distance from a transit station. Let me qualify that a bit. Walking is an important mode to access these activities, but it is not the only mode that people can use to get to these diverse activities. It can also be by cycling, or it can also be by some other public transport feeder service. TOD also refers to the creation of compact, walkable, pedestrian-oriented, mixed-use communities centered around high-quality transit systems. The premise is that the transit system is high quality, as I've said, to encourage people to use it. And without the transit system, there is no TOD. Without the T, then there is no TOD. It's just the development, which is not necessarily TOD. So you have that, you have those important elements. You have a transit station, part of a bigger transit system, and then you have the quality, diverse, compact, dense development accessible from the transit or public transport station. TOD is consistent with regional planning. Remember that the TOD and the transit station near it is part of a bigger system, which is the public transport system. And it serves a bigger area. It serves a city, it serves several cities, it serves a region. So TOD is consistent with regional planning, city revitalization, suburban renewal, and walkable neighborhoods combined. TOD is consistent with sustainability. Let me just sort out this floating meeting control. Okay, sorry about that. It keeps on popping up. Here we have a simplified schematic diagram of TOD. The blue dot there represents the public transport or the transit hub. It can be a station or a terminal. And then you have these mixed land use activities in proximity to the transit station. So the idea is, because of the proximity, then passengers getting off the transit system at the station can just walk or bike to any of these diverse activities, which may include residential, employment, commercial, leisure, etc. TOD is characterized by compact development, which means high density, which means that people can just walk to their destination. High density means more people and activities are within a given area of land. Higher density in land use brings a critical mass of people, of residents and workers in the TOD area, creating vibrant spaces. Vibrant spaces are created not by just beautiful designs and attractions, but by people being there. And with the TOD area being an attractive destination in itself, then we can have a congregation of people, which will make the area vibrant and interesting and attractive, and in the process, valuable. TOD is also characterized by mixed-use development. So there's a mixture of different land use activities within a compact land area. So it can be a diversity of residential, commercial, office, institutional, and recreational land uses, including open spaces that will provide some breathing space for people. Now, with mixed-use development, people can do multi-purpose trips. Being in a single area, they can accomplish several functions or several objectives. TOD is pedestrian-friendly. It's walkable and accessible even by persons with disability. It is cyclable. You can get to and from a TOD area using your bicycle. This means that sidewalks and crosswalks are well maintained, streets are well lighted, and pedestrians and cyclists feel safe and welcome. TOD is centered around high-quality transit systems. It may be a train system. I understand that there's a rail engineering program of PUP, so I hope this will be interesting for you. In fact, if you are looking for a topic for your graduation paper, TOD is a very interesting topic to study, and I'll be very happy to help guide you along with the faculty members of PUP. So TOD is centered around high quality, with emphasis on high quality public transport systems. This can be a rail system. As I've said, this can be a BRT or a bus rapid transit system. This can be an intermodal facility around which you put up this compact mixed-use development. And so TOD includes transit there. As I've said, without transit, then there is no TOD. Without land development, there is no TOD either. TOD is the combination of transit and land development. Now, why even consider TOD? TOD offers many benefits, and TOD is consistent with the triple bottom line of cities. We have the social goals of any city, economic goals, and environmental goals. With a high quality transit system and with TOD at or in the vicinity of the mass transit stations, we can create more access to jobs and services. We can include affordable housing whenever there is an opportunity, which means that people who are beneficiaries of affordable housing or residents in these affordable housing will be able to enjoy high quality mobility to their destinations, their workplaces, not necessarily within the same TOD area, but there's a high quality public transport system that will bring them to their destination. With efficient travel, courtesy of the quality public transport system, people can spend more time with family. This is something that we are lacking, that many of us are lacking because of the kind of, or because of the state of public transport or the state of mobility that we have in most of our cities now. Now, all this translates to health benefits. Commuting has been identified as one of the sources of stress. And I think it is clear to everyone how stressed we get, how tired we get when we commute in the morning and in the afternoon at the end of the workday. And stress diminishes creativity. Stress reduces productivity. But with a quality public transport system and the corresponding TOD, then we have better chances at achieving good health. We also have economic targets which can be realized with TOD, with a combination of public transport system and the mixed quality land development around stations. Time savings, it's been estimated that on a daily basis, the cost economic cost of traffic congestion is about 4 billion pesos, and that is per day. And this is because of the lost man hours. This is due to health costs of traffic congestion, to lost opportunities, because traffic congestion stifles productivity. And with the quality transit system, then we can generate time savings, energy savings. Instead of relying on the inefficient private car, then we have the more efficient public transport system. TOD is also consistent with space efficiency because of the mix and the density of development at areas close to the station. Then we can more efficiently and optimally use limited space. It also means infrastructure cost savings, synergy and creativity, agglomeration economy, and functionality. TOD areas should and development should be planned and designed to be not only nice looking, but also functional. By functional, we mean that we can create efficient movement of people. And TOD is also consistent with environmental goals of any city. Reliance on quality public transport would mean reduction in local pollution or air pollution and reduction in global pollution, which means GHG emissions. Now let's move on to the first P of my presentation, the principles of TOD. The fundamental principle behind TOD is the principle of land use and transport interaction. The relationship between land use and transport, to me, is best demonstrated by this analogy, the chicken and egg analogy, which means that one creates the other. No, it doesn't matter which comes first. It can be the chicken or the egg, or it can be transport, then land use activity, or land use activity, then transport. The important thing to recognize is the interactive relationship between land use and transport, analogous to the interactive relationship between the chicken and the egg. Now, land use is defined as the classification of urban land based on the activities that are allowed or encouraged in that particular space. It can be residential, business, industrial, institutional, agricultural, or what have you. And for most of these land use categories, there are more specific subcategories that indicate the intensity of development. Now, there is a government agency that regulates, oversees land use regulation. There's at the local level, there's local government units which pass zoning ordinances. Well, first of all, your LGUs prepare the comprehensive land use plan, or CLUP. It's a 9-year plan which identifies the use of the land within its territory in the next 9 years, consistent with the vision that the LGU and its stakeholders have articulated. And then you have the CLUP, and then you have the zoning ordinance. It is the legal instrument that will make the land use regulation or zoning regulation mandatory. And then there's the DSHU, which I'll be talking about in a while, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, which oversees the preparation of the CLUP and the zoning ordinance, and also capacitates local governments in its mandate to efficiently and effectively plan the land within its territory and enforce zoning ordinances. Land use transport interaction, the basic principle behind TOD, means that land use and transport have a dynamic relationship. This interaction is a dynamic process that involves changes over spatial and temporal, meaning time, dimensions between the two systems, the land use system and the transport system. This also means that changes in land use systems can create changes in the transport system and vice versa. Hence, you have this interactive relationship between land use system and transport system. Let me illustrate that with this diagram. Let's say you have land use activities, can be residential, employment, commercial, etc. And these land use activities create or generate trips. People will need to travel to achieve their purpose. It can be to work, it can be to school, it can be to go shopping, or it can be for leisure, etc. Now, trips are generated. The need to travel or travel demand is created. And travel demand will have to be served by some transport facility or service. And the kind of transport facility or the kind of service that is available for people to use to get to their destination characterizes the accessibility of our destinations. If a place is accessible, then good, it becomes an attractive location for activities. If it's not accessible, because of the low quality of the transport facilities and services provided, then people may think twice about going there, thereby diminishing or reducing its attractiveness as a destination. Now, if a place is accessible, it becomes an attractive location for various activities. And this attractiveness is what creates or what jacks up land values. But it's just like people. When people are attractive, they become, more people would want to befriend or be a friend of that person, or that person becomes in demand, and that person becomes, in a manner of speaking, more valuable. Now, with land values going up, as shaped by the kind of accessibility that it has, then that can attract more activities. There are more locators who would want to put up a business or establish an activity there, which will further create or generate trips. And so this cycle here just shows that transport decisions can shape how communities evolve. So it is beneficial to use transport decisions as a tool to accommodate growth, preferably planned growth. Now, this diagram here shows the interaction and the relationship between the land use system and the transport system. The transport system consists of the road infrastructure, traffic management measures, the public transport system, characteristics of car use and ownership, and some fuel and environmental policy. These are variables or parameters that describe the transport system. And then we have the land use system, which consists of, or which can be described by land use zoning policies and the actual zoning in an area, the development of various types in the area, land management systems, for example, taxation, environmental policies, community activities. Now, the activities that are in an area represented by the land use system, as I said in the previous slide, generate or create travel demand towards the area where the land use activities are. So we have this relationship here. There's trip generation because travel demand is created by the attractiveness of a place, and the kind of transport system will shape the traffic conditions that we can experience or we can observe. If there's low quality road or even public transport system that will bring people to their destinations, then we have poor traffic conditions. There can be traffic congestion, or there can be unsafe travel, there can be inefficient travel, etc. Now, the transport system will have its impacts on the environment, and the same thing with the land use activities that are found in the area. The kind of activities found there have an impact on the environment and the economy in the area. Now, this chart here also shows the interactive relationship between urban development and transport system. So here we have the interaction of transit or public transport and land development. The kind of activities that are put up in an area will create travel demand, which will be served by, ideally, by public transport. And the level of supply of public transport will shape the attractiveness of the area where the land use activities are found. Now, there are many considerations. There are many factors that we have to take into account when we plan and design this and take advantage of this transport and land use interaction. So we also have to consider market forces. So these are real estate factors and regional economic growth targets, because these are the drivers. These are the determinants of economic activities and property development. We also have to take into account possible public interventions or the role of government, local, regional, and national government in making public transport and land development happen. So we have to consider existing laws and regulations, existing policies, regulatory instruments, tax policies, etc. So planning TOD we'll have to take into account these factors, both local factors and regional or macro factors. So we have both micro factors and macro factors in planning transit-oriented development. Now, I said earlier that when a place becomes attractive, then it becomes more valuable. And this slide shows how value is created when you have a quality development that is accessible through a high quality public transport system. And this is what TOD is all about. We have here the original value of the land, and we add to that an additional value, which is made possible by the presence of the quality transit system. And then we also furthermore add value to the land, courtesy of density of development in the area. And then lastly, if the development is quality development, which means it becomes an attractive destination, then we further create additional value of the land. So if the area around the transit station is planned and designed such that the area accommodates efficient flow of people, it provides pleasant experiences for people, it is functional and vibrant, that area becomes attractive, and in the process, it becomes valuable. So we have the presence of a mass transit system, which makes an area accessible. And if we put up quality, diverse, and dense activities in that area, then that area becomes attractive. And attractive areas become valuable areas. This is just an elaboration of those ideas I explained in the previous slide. Value is created by a combination of transport and the land use activities around it. Now, there are ways to achieve density. There's floor area ratio increase. It means allowing taller buildings. Transfer of development right. It means that some developments are allowed higher intensity, development by giving them some, or by permitting them to do that in exchange for, let's say, providing open spaces or providing quality pedestrian links to a transit station provided by the developer. And in fact, the city of Makati does this. In its zoning ordinance, it has or it presents development incentives for private sector property developers to provide quality pedestrian links to mass transit station. And in exchange for the investments that the property developer makes on these facilities, they are allowed higher intensity of development, more than what is usually allowed in the zoning ordinance. So exceptions are made in exchange for certain high quality facilities provided by the developer. We call that an incentivization program. In TOD, the concept of density is important, not just average density, but what we call articulated density. This image on the left with a transit line represented schematically by this red line shows these number of establishments or this number of residences, just to simplify the discussion. And that has a certain density value. Now, this density value is the same for the middle picture, as well as for the rightmost image. But the average densities are the same for these three images, but for TOD, it is articulated density that matters. And for TOD, it is the rightmost picture that is most important. And that means that destinations or locations of diverse activities are within walking distance from a transit station. This graph shows some empirical data from US, the experience of some US cities in transit-oriented development. And this shows the effect of TOD on land values. And we have these two curves here, which show the relationship between increases in land values and proximity or distance from a train station. This upper curve here shows increases in land values for high quality TOD, because there are also low quality TODs. For high quality TODs, there's more significant increase in land values as a function of distance from a mass transit station. Now, this lower curve here shows the land value increases. There are still land value increases for a lower quality TOD. There are still land value increases, but not as significant as for the case when the TOD is of high quality. Now, with this additional land values created by TOD or created by the presence of a transit station in the area, we said that there is that value creation. Now, it is possible to capture that newly created land value. We call that LVC, or land value capture. Some academicians would rather refer to this as land value creation, because when you say, or when you hear the word capture, then it evokes images of getting something that is not necessarily yours. But anyway, this is LVC, or land value capture, and this this stack of four levels show how land value increases through TOD. As I have explained earlier, you have the original or intrinsic land value, and then there will be additional land value due to the improvements made by the landowner, additional land value created because some infrastructure or a mass transit system station is in the area, increasing the accessibility of the area. So there's additional value created there. And there's additional value also created over time, which is due to population growth and economic development. Now, this particular land value created as a result of public investment, which includes the mass transit provision, is or creates potential for not just creation, but for capturing, meaning harnessing or utilizing that newly created value as a result of a public transport investment and channeling that value to either back to the mass transit investment for its expansion or operations and maintenance or to other things. Now that mechanism of creating and capturing the value or transferring or using that newly created value of land is what we call land value capture. There are different ways of doing land value capture. There are two general categories of LVC. We have tax or fee-based LVC, as well as development-based LVC. Tax-based LVC, some of them anyway, are probably something that many of us are familiar with. We have Amilyar or real estate tax. We have property and land taxes, betterment levies and special assessments, and tax increment financing, meaning because of public investments in an area, it is reasonable and fair to increase real property taxes. Although I'm not saying it is politically acceptable all the time, but it just means that with the public investments made in an area, it is but fair to increase property taxes. It is something that local governments have to manage, have to deal with well because of the political repercussions, the social acceptability issues of increasing taxes. But it is an LVC mechanism. Another LVC tool is development-based LVC, which refers to land sale or land lease, air rights sale, meaning an unutilized airspace can be sold to a property developer and in the process generate funds. Land readjustment is something that is generally done in Japan. It means reconfiguring. It means consolidating and reconfiguring land that's formerly owned by various property owners, consolidating the land, improving the configuration of the consolidated land, and providing public infrastructure in the consolidated land. And because of that public investment and because of the better configuration of the consolidated land, we have higher values created for the land. In Japan, where I spent 7 years of my life as a graduate student, train companies are also property companies. They are, most of them anyway, are one and the same. And this private companies put up the train system or the mass transit system and develop areas around stations. And there are also, in most cases, the property developer. And they earn a lot from the property development around train stations. And a train system, the railway engineering students among you may know that train investments are very high. Trains or rail-based mass transit systems are among the most expensive mass transit option. There are less expensive choices. There's bus rapid transit, but the high cost, the high mass transit investments or rail investments can be offset by revenues from property development. And these graphs just show the share of non-ticket, non-fare bus revenue in the total revenue of a train/property company. So you have this 38% and 34% here representing real estate revenues of train companies. Okay, so that's the first P of my presentation. Now let me go to the second P, which is TOD policy. The overarching goal of urban development, as articulated in many policy papers and public policy, is to pursue and achieve integrated land and transport development. The important national transport policy also places prioritization on public transport and active or non-motorized transport over private vehicles, as encapsulated in the National Transport Policy, or NTP, which was passed in 2017 by NEDA. It is the national government policy on transport development. There's that vision of safe, secure, reliable, efficient, integrated, intermodal, affordable, cost-effective, environmentally sustainable, and people-oriented national transport system for the country. What for? To achieve improved quality of life for people. So that is our policy. That is the national government policy, to achieve this quality transport system for the improvement of the quality of life of people. Now, TOD can enjoy, or TOD, in fact, has many possible entry points considering existing policies of the government. There's the NTP, or the National Transport Policy. There's the National Urban Development and Housing Framework for 2017 to 2022. And there's the National Housing and Urban Development Sector Plan for 2040. There's a TOD program there, a small TOD program there. And then another opportunity is there are many transit projects that are in various stages of planning and implementation now. Within the past 4 weeks, the president has actually done some groundbreaking of a subway station as well as an elevated rail station. This is the Mega Manila Subway Project, or the Metro Manila Subway Project station located in Pasig. And there's also a couple of stations of the North-South commuter rail. So there are emerging transit projects that create opportunities for TOD. And another opportunity is the potential collaboration between transport agencies, LGUs, the private sector, and other stakeholders. The next few slides that I will be showing are the product of an engagement I had with DSHU. This is the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, in assisting them in developing a TOD policy. Well, DSHU is the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and they are mandated for policymaking, regulation, program coordination, and performance monitoring of housing, human settlement, and urban development. And they recognize the importance of TOD. You remember that TOD has at least 2 components. There's the transit station, or the transport component, and there's also the land use development component. And if you are to look at the specific mandates of our national agencies, DSHU is responsible for land use planning. Now, DOTR is responsible for transport planning, and this creates this opportunity for collaboration between these 2 national agencies along with the others. I was engaged to help the department in developing a TOD policy, and I worked with a core group within the DSHU LUPDP, that's Environment, Land Use Planning, Urban Development Bureau. And these are the activities that we undertook: literature review of TOD, local and international. We did some accessibility analysis of some mass transit stations, both existing or emerging. And we did some stakeholder analysis, identifying the relevant stakeholders for TOD, and there are many. And we also developed a TOD action plan, which the department can undertake in mainstreaming TOD and also a policy brief, which is a short version of the policy statement of the department. The policy of the DSUD, as we have developed, is to mainstream TOD as a modality for integrating land use and transport planning in its goal of achieving sustainable housing, human settlements, and urban development. By mainstreaming, we mean making TOD or treating TOD as a viable option, in fact, a priority option for land development when the opportunity is there. And when I say when the opportunity is there, it means that there is a mass transit station in an area, and there's a possibility of developing the land around it in a TOD manner. That is what we mean by mainstreaming TOD. We looked at existing policies, existing regulations of the DSUD that may be relevant to TOD, and we found that in one of its planning guidelines, there's the concept of the TOD overlay zone. I said earlier that it is the DSUD, formerly the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, or the HLURB, which has been subsumed or absorbed by the DSUD. The department is responsible for overseeing zoning, which is decided upon by the LGU, the local government unit, but the DSUD is the oversight body for that. And there's the concept of the TOD overlay zone in the planning guidelines of the DSUD. And it is a zoning category that is placed on top of the basic zones or zoning that has been identified by the LGU for an area. The CLUP guidebook prescribes a TOD overlay zone, which can be declared by an LGU on top of any land use types or zones whenever appropriate, such as when there is a planned or there is an existing mass transit station within the territorial jurisdiction of an LGU. The current guidelines define this overlay zone as up to a 1 kilometer radial distance from a transit hub, or as defined by the LGU. And the department plans to enhance this and come up with detailed TOD guidelines that will be later cascaded down to LGUs. This is the list of overlay zones that are suggested by the DSUD, and number 8 is TOD overlay zone, which is described here. I will not go talk about the details of this, but you can refer to this. What this slide is saying is that in broad strokes, the department prescribes the use of TOD overlay zone, the details of which will be defined by the LGU. Now, the department has also been advised to pursue capacity building activities for LGUs preceded by the development of more detailed TOD guidelines. Okay, now let me move on to the third B of my presentation. I would like to finish earlier. I think I'm given more time, but I would like more time for discussion. So allow me to proceed to the third B, which is TOD practice. There are several local TOD in the making, especially TOD that is proactively pursued by the public sector. So we have TOD opportunities for emerging mass transit systems. I briefly talked about the NSCR, or the North-South Commuter Rail. This is a 147 rail-based commuter system that will run between Clark Airport in the north and Cabuyao in Laguna in the south. It will have 40 stations 11 of which are being planned for TOD. There's also the Mega Manila Subway project. It's a north-south subway, a rail-based system. And there are also TOD plans for some stations of the MMSP or the Mega Manila Subway. There's also the Cebu BRT project. I was involved in the World Bank feasibility study of this mass transit system 10 years ago. The bus got stuck somewhere, but it is still live, and hopefully construction will finally start, and the BRT buses will be running hopefully soon in the Queen City of the South. And we have assisted more recently, just before the pandemic. I was part of a four-man team created by the World Bank to assist Cebu City local government to identify TOD opportunities in the light of the emerging bus rapid transit system in their midst. Remember that the local area or the space where TOD will be put up is within the jurisdiction of the local government, not necessarily within the jurisdiction of the transit agency, although there may be some space that the transit agency, meaning the DOTR and or the PNR, may own. But most of the space that will be hosting TOD will be within the jurisdiction of the LGU. So it is important that LGUs be at the forefront of TOD development, either as the proponent or as the regulator or as the promoter of TOD. This is some accessibility analysis that we did looking at one of the stations of the Mega Manila Subway, which will be located at the Market area. If you are familiar with Bonifacio Global City Market area, that is the eastern portion of BGC in Taguig, just west of C5. You have the Market development, and there will be a subway station there. And part of my issued engagement was to do accessibility analysis to identify areas from a transit station that are X minute walking distance. So we have here on the upper left, we have these are the segments of the road network that is up to 3-minute walk from the subway station, up to 6-minute walk from the subway station, up to 9-minute walk, up to 12-minute walk, up to 15-minute walk. So up to 15-minute walk from the emerging subway station at Market, you have this large space that is accessible on foot. Now, somebody asked, is BGC already TOD now? BGC is known for quality developments, for nice buildings, beautiful architecture, beautiful public art, wide choice of restaurants, hotels, etc., and also employment area. So it's a nice destination, but is it TOD now? Sorry, it is not yet TOD now because there is no T yet. There is no transit yet, unless we consider the fourth bus, the BGC shuttle service as the transit system. But for all intents and purposes, it is not yet TOD now, although it is walkable, it is diverse, it is dense, it is a very pleasant area to be in, but there is still no high quality mass transit system that will make the place accessible. In fact, some people consider BGC as an island. It's very difficult to access it. Now with a subway station that will be put up there as part of the Mega Manila Subway project, then it will become a TOD. I'm also involved now in the planning of TOD for some stations of the North-South commuter rail. And we are looking at 11 stations, and we are identifying the planning area for TOD for the 11 stations. And we have determined the factors that we need to consider that will guide us in the delineation of the planning area. And these are those factors. And prior to this, we do some accessibility analysis for us to have a sense of what is walkable or up to what distance is walkable X minutes from a transit station, in this case, a proposed or emerging transit station. By the way, you may be asking how we were able to determine those distances. We assumed a walking distance, an average walking distance of 1.2 meters per second. And given the shapefile of the road network, we are also assuming that walking will happen on the sidewalk or along the road network. And ergo, we can identify the areas or the zones, what we call the isochrones. These are the zones of uniform travel distance or travel time from a certain point of origin. And informed by that, we considered other factors as shown in the slide in determining the opportunities for TOD. So first of all, we looked at the location of the station and we assessed the opportunities and constraints found in the area. So the presence of sizable land parcels, either owned by the government or owned by the private sector. The presence of public land, existing land uses, if the existing land uses are not necessarily TOD material, then it may be necessary to update the zoning ordinance and create opportunities for TOD in the area. We also look at existing and possible facilities and services that will connect the area to the station and to and from other parts of the city. And then we also looked at the topography. We consider the hazards that are found in the area. Is the area flood prone? Are some parts flood prone? Or are some parts very expensive to develop because of, let's say, the steep slopes? So we consider those factors which may create either opportunities or constraints for TOD. We also look at cadastral information. We look at the property boundaries. So we will have a sense of how many stakeholders there are. We look at the short-term targets for TOD as well as long-term targets. We also rapidly assess the deliverability or the doability of TOD in an area. For example, there's one area where which is very close. Because the station is placed very close to a high-end, very expensive cemetery. So is TOD doable there? We think it is, but there will have to be some special consideration of the presence of that cemetery, and to make the TOD attractive and or acceptable, if not attractive, to people. And then we also considered the consistency of TOD plans to local aspirations, meaning what does the LGU want? Let's remember that the TOD area is within the local jurisdiction of the LGU. So we have to be mindful of the local vision of the city and make that part of TOD planning and development. Now I show here some of our study areas. One of the more exciting study areas we have of these 11 station locations is something that I think most of you are familiar with. This is in the city of Taguig. You have this area that is shaded. West of the area is the South Luzon Expressway. Then east of the area is the emerging Bonifacio Capital District, which will include the new Senate building at the intersection or corner of Pasong Tamo or Chino Roses Avenue, and this new boulevard that will be built called the BCD Boulevard. And then we have the NSCR station, the North-South Commuter Rail Station here, proposed here. And then we have the MMSP, the Mega Manila Subway Station, under this a part of this building here. Now, what is very interesting and challenging in this particular location is the presence of 3 buildings that are supposed to be untouchable. These are heritage buildings designed by a national architect, Lindy Loxine. And we have this ensemble of 3 buildings. And what's interesting to note here is the one subway station will be directly underneath this particular heritage building. And so that creates a lot of challenge, well, as well as opportunity for planning this area for TOD. But the most interesting thing about this study area is the presence of 2 mass transit stations. We have the NSCR station here and the Mega Manila subway station here. And this is about 250 meters away from each other. So functionally, this can be treated as one integrated station. And which means that these 2 lines should be interacting with each other. They will have to be integrated. And it is the TOD that will make that physical integration possible. So this is one location. We have the Senate Depot area, as we call it now. And then there's Angeles City, NSCR station. This is the schematic location of the train station. And it is right beside a cemetery called La Pieta. And then north of it is the cemetery, and then south of it is what we have defined as the TOD planning area. Now, these lines here represent cadastral boundaries, and as you can see, there are large parcels of land here that are owned by some private persons. And having large parcels of land in the vicinity of the station creates opportunities for TOD because that represents a small number of stakeholders. The existing city center is here. There's an emerging Rockwell area here. There's the church here and the private university. And then there's the heritage zone of Angeles City. So we have the TOD core zone here, very close to the station. And then you have the TOD influence area zone here, which will connect the TOD core zone with the existing centers in the city. That's Angeles City. And there's, well, we're not doing this. This has been done and this is existing. This is local TOD undertaken by the Ayala Corporation. If you're a user of the Ayala MRT station, then you may be familiar with the network of pedestrian facilities that Ayala Land has the proponent of Makati CBD has put up to enable people to access the station and access their destinations on foot in a safe, reliable, and pleasant manner. The network is composed of 6 kilometers of pedestrian facilities, consisting of elevated walks, covered walks, pedestrian underpasses, and overpasses. It's a project of Ayala Land and the Makati Commercial Establishments Association, the MASEA. And with this network of pedestrian facilities, people can walk between the MRT Ayala station up to Rufino station in the west for 15 minutes uninterrupted by cars. Talking of priority for pedestrians. It's a distance of about 1.2 kilometers. And the provision of this quality pedestrian facilities has encouraged people to walk and in effect increase walking distances from average 400 meters before the network was expanded to 700 meters, which implies that you provide quality pedestrian infrastructure and people will come and people will walk. Prior to the pandemic, there was a daily usage of 250,000 people. And now that the economy is reopening, that people are doing RTOs or return to office, this average daily usage will surely be regained, if not exceeded. So here we see the map of the Ayala footbridge or skywalk network. Now, take note of the intersection or the corner of EDSA and Ayala Avenue, because there is something that's very exciting happening there. It started less than a week ago. It's called the One Ayala. It's a 2-hectare development at the corner of EDSA and Ayala Avenue. It consists of a 3-floor, 2-hectare transport hub that serves as terminal for northbound and southbound buses of the carousel, of the EDSA carousel, AUVs, the future EDSA BRT, and jeepneys. So it is an intermodal terminal. It provides direct connection to the MRT, so it really is intermodal. It provides safe, covered, and well-maintained elevated walkways to allow commuters to get to their respective rides, whether it's the MRT or the EDSA carousel buses or AUVs or what have you. And pedestrians, it also allows pedestrians to reach nearby destinations using the One Ayala facility and the network of pedestrian facilities already put up by Ayala in the past few years. It also includes retail centers, which provides that mall experience. And above this 3-level facility are 2 office towers that will make available 8.5 hectares of GLA or gross leasable area. Imagine working up there and just going down to the terminal and getting your public transport ride to go home. There are also TOD prospects for the Cebu BRT. As I said, just before the pandemic, I was part of a small team that assisted the Cebu City government in identifying opportunities for TOD within their jurisdiction. Remember that when there is a transit station or a public transport station in an area, that creates TOD opportunities. And so we assisted the LGU to leverage or to take advantage of the presence of a national government project, the Cebu BRT project, take advantage of a station, in fact, several stations within their jurisdiction. There are existing international TOD standards and criteria. There's the ITDP, the Institute of Transport Development Policies TOD standard, and the World Bank's TOD implementation resources and tools. And these references provide guidance on how TOD can best be pursued by government or by the partnership of government, the private sector, and other stakeholders. These documents are similar in their message about the need to contextualize. The need to contextualize these guidelines. Because no 2 places are alike. Even within the Philippines, no 2 mass transit stations are alike. So there is a need to contextualize TOD and treat these references as guidelines. Now, talking about a lot of international experience, I'm presenting just a few here because of the time limitation, and I don't want to bore you to death with all these examples. I would just like to say that TOD is pursued worldwide, and there are different motivations for TOD. In the case of the US, TOD's primary purpose is to promote public transport or transit use. The premise here is it is the private car that is the dominant mode, and the policy of the government is to encourage people to use public transport. And by having this quality, diverse, dense land activities close to transit stations, then people will be encouraged to use transit. So that's the motivation for US TODs. For Japan TODs, the motivation really is to help finance transit investments through land value capture. Rail-based mass transit systems are very expensive to put up, operate, and maintain. And TOD can be a viable source of revenues that can be channeled to the investments and the expenditures for operations and maintenance of these otherwise expensive transit systems. The concept is similar to cross subsidies. So the revenues from property development can be used to subsidize some cost centers, meaning investment and expenses for operations and maintenance, as I have shown earlier, where there's about 1/3 of revenues of train companies coming from property developments and being used partly for transit system operations, maintenance, and expansion. In China, quality mass transit is developed to provide people with the needed quality and mobility, and TOD is a way to cross-subsidize these transit investments, very similar to the experience of Japan. The common factor among these countries and among, or when we look at international experience, is that there is a quality mass transit system surrounded, and the stations are surrounded by quality and diverse land development within walking distance from a transit station. So we can say that mass transit and TOD are symbiotic. They should have this synergetic relationship. Okay, there are many TODs all over the world, as shown here. You have Singapore, you have Brazil, Curitiba, Brazil, where there's a bus rapid transit system put up since the 70s, continuously evolving. And then we have TOD in Japan. The upper rightmost photo is a part of the Tsukuba Express. And there's a station there, and there, a stone's throw away from the station are mixed-use developments, residential, commercial, and others. The HNR is called Housing and Rail Integration in Japan. The lower left picture shows the Tokyo Station area with diverse and dense development around it. The lower rightmost picture is Kowloon Station in Hong Kong. This is Tokyo Station area. We have this colonial building, which is the Tokyo Station, at least the visible part of Tokyo Station. There are several subterranean levels of the Tokyo Station, obviously not visible here. And around the station, you have these tall, dense, mixed-use developments within walking distance. And also at the Tokyo Station, it's a station that serves not only one line, but numerous lines at different levels, also above ground, at grade, or on the ground, and several subterranean levels. This is part of the Tsukuba Express, linking Tsukuba City, where I lived in before, and Akihabara Station in Tokyo, 44 minutes away, exactly 44 minutes away. The train system is that reliable and predictable. This is the Kowloon Station in Hong Kong, where you have this mixed-use development that's visible, and invisible are several subterranean levels for the transit system. Now, lessons from international experience. We have the need for localizing and contextualizing TOD. There's also a need for common understanding among stakeholders. I have a slide actually that shows the numerous stakeholders involved in the planning of TOD for the North-South commuter rail, but maybe in the discussion I can show it. And it shows so many stakeholders relevant to TOD, and it can be very discouraging or daunting for the uninitiated with the thought of having to deal with so many stakeholders. But TOD is really about consensus. TOD will inevitably involve multiple stakeholders, and there's a need for consensus building. So there should be common understanding among stakeholders. There should also be coordination, collaboration among the stakeholders. That's one of the things that we are doing now in my work, assisting or supporting the North-South commuter rail extension, TOD. There's also the need for regulation to guide the development, regulation by the national government and also by the local government, because development has to be managed, development has to be controlled, development has to be promoted by the national and the local government to ensure that development does not just satisfy or serve the private sector, but also the general public or the people. TOD will also need financing. Will it be by PPP or public-private partnership, meaning the private sector collaborating with the government in delivering or creating TOD areas, or will it be undertaken by the government alone, or will it be undertaken by the private sector alone? There would have to be some means of financing identified, and that is why it has to be considered very carefully. And what works in other places or in other countries may not necessarily work here, but the lessons we can draw from those other countries can be tweaked or can be adjusted, localized to make it workable here. That ends my presentation, the 3 Ps of TOD. Actually, I was talking with a colleague yesterday, and I told him that my presentation is titled such, and then he said in jest that maybe it should be 4 Ps, meaning there's a 4th P, which is problems of TOD. But with problems, we have opportunities, and we just have to deal with that problem and find a workable solution. So that completes my presentation, the principles, policy, and practice of transit-oriented development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Montalbo. We will now be doing the open forum. We are encourage our audience to ask questions. There is one question here, Dr. Montalbo, from Engineer Franklin Amistad of UNP. This is during the discussion on land use and transportation interaction. In the interaction between the land use, is there a need to conduct orientation development also to determine the interaction of the land use within the city or LGU as a part of the planning consideration for TOD?
Oh, yes, because we have to make sure that the diverse land uses are also compatible, meaning that there's not one land use that will create problems for the other land uses. So we have to plan and design these land use activities and these buildings, if you will, or these establishments to ensure that they will complement each other. So they will also interact well among each other. So it isn't just land use and transport interaction. And I think that's a very good point, but it's also interaction, integration among the different land use activities.
Thank you, Dr. Montalbo. What I realized from the discussion is that TOD is actually a study of different complex systems, the interaction of different complex systems. And in a way, it's hard to create a single model to promote TOD. So you have just a single framework. My question would be...
Orlan, before we move to the second question, let me just emphasize that TOD is founded on that basic principle of land use transport interaction, because land use system and transport system should work well with each other. It should synergize with each other, as I have demonstrated in the few slides that I showed. And that interaction creates opportunities, not just for the land use activities, but also for the transit system. If many people would want to go to the TOD as a destination, then they are transit passengers. So they increase ridership. So they improve the financial viability of the transit system. As a result, people get to use a quality transit system in accessing the interesting TOD areas. So it's a win-win situation, in other words, both for land use and for the transit system itself. Sorry for interrupting you, but I just wanted that underscored.
Yes, sir. My question, sir, is while you are discussing, I am actually thinking about Udewan Ayala, but it's actually part of the discussion already. My
Yeah,
question
yeah.
my question is, when you are roaming around Metro Manila, you will realize that there are a lot of developments, especially building of condominium units, and you would realize the fact that this condominium units that the developers are building are located in the stations of LRT and would-be stations of MRT. Does that mean that in the area of mainstreaming TOD, the developers have the orientation towards TOD?
Yes, the developers have known the importance of accessibility and connectivity to a mass transit station. Let me tell you a little bit of history about EDSA MRT. The EDSA MRT opened in 2000, and you have all those stations along EDSA. And in the beginning, private establishments were wary and were cautious about creating that direct physical link with the nearest station. So there was the supposed to be high-end Shangri-La Mall that had no direct connection in the beginning because there was that perception that public transport is for the hoi polloi or for the poor, and it does not jive well with the image that perhaps Shangri-La Mall would like to convey. But over time, they realized the importance of accessibility. They realized the importance of connectivity. So there was that physical link with the Shaw Boulevard station of the MRT. You are right in your observation that many property or condominium developers now put a premium on direct physical connection to a mass or to an MRT station. The Philippines' largest property developer, SMGC, has many of its properties where their condos are already put up or about to be constructed, very close to transit stations. There's the Light Residences, which I am fortunate enough to have some units at. It is the 4 towers of Light Residences are on top of a 2-level mall or podium. And the podium is directly connected to the Boni station. The second floor is connected to the Boni station. So that provides direct seamless connectivity between the transit station and the mall, and in effect, the condos. And it is not only SMDC that recognizes that. There are these numerous condos in Quezon City directly connected to MRT stations. There's the emerging Vertis North, which that area in Quezon City previously owned by the National Housing Authority, which entered into a partnership with Ayala Land. And there's that's where Trinoma is. Trinoma is a mall connected directly to the North Avenue station. And the Trinoma serves as the gateway for the 25 or 30 hectare development called Vertis North. Incidentally, the North Avenue station, to which Trinoma is directly connected, will eventually become physically connected to what is called the Common Station. That is the elevated terminal that will connect EDSA MRT or MRT3, LRT1, MRT7, the emerging MRT7 that will run between North Avenue and San Jose del Monte in Bulacan, and a short distance away, a station of the Mega Manila subway. So that will be a very important TOD area. But what's striking about that is this is private sector, mainly private sector initiated. Now the government realizes that it's important to have public sector driven TOD to ensure that public welfare and public interests are upheld. And so now the inclination is for the public sector to be proactive in planning TOD. There's the DOTR, there's the DSHUD, there's the LGUs that are collaborating with each other to deliver TOD.
Thank you, Dr. Montalbo. There was a discussion a while ago regarding a high quality TOD is actually pedestrian friendly or pedestrian centered. Therefore, it promotes active transport uh, uh, by pedestrian.
And cycling.
We've done a yes. We've done a study before in walkability and active transport because there's a walkability index, and we realized the fact that BGC and Ayala has a high walkability index, while communities such as Binondo and Santa Mesa doesn't have a high quality index. In the transit-oriented development, are in the long term, are we planning to embed walkability in the development of roads in highly dense cities? Because I think the walkability is just being walkability. There's a common notion that walkability is for the rich community only.
Walkability is an important component of TOD, and everybody has access to that travel mode. That's on foot. And we all have access to, assuming that, most of us are able and fit enough to walk. So walkability is accessible. It's an available mode for everyone. It is not just for the rich. In fact, if we, and by definition, that is an intrinsic, that is a basic part of TOD. And if that is made available, if areas are made walkable, then people will be enticed to walk to their destination within a reasonable walking distance. We do not really expect people to be walking 10 kilometers to get to their destination. There are the rule of thumb when we do TOD planning is a conceptual 400, 500 meter walk. I say conceptual because it is not supposed to be precise. It has to be cognizant of the local context, the local opportunities that are there. But a 500 meter walk is about a 5 minute, 6 minute, up to 8 minute walk, depending on your walking speed. But the idea of TOD is for people to walk to their destination, or to take or to ride a bicycle to their destination, which means that the travel distance may be extended or maybe longer, or to take a public transport feeder service connecting to the train station and bringing people to their destinations. So these are the modes that are sustainable: walking, cycling, and public transport modes. And these are the modes that will bring people to and from the station and to and from their destination within the TOD area, either the TOD core area and the bigger or the larger TOD influence area. Now you may ask, what's the role of the private car? The private car is a travel mode. There are some, in the work that we're doing for the NSCR, there's a debate. Shall we include parking spaces? We do include some parking spaces because, number one, that is prescribed by the National Building Code, by the existing National Building Code. But because the building code prescribes parking minimums, that means that for certain kinds of development, there's a minimum number of parking slots required. But the better situation really is prescribing parking maximums, which means that these are numbers that cannot be exceeded. And but we don't just prescribe parking maximums. We must provide attractive alternatives so people will have the choice, viable choice, or alternative to the private car. In many Japanese cities, people have cars. People own cars, but in going to work, they generally don't use cars. They take public transport. Maybe their wife or the male worker, the salaryman, is brought by the wife by car to the station, and then the guy takes a train ride to his destination. He may have his own car, but it is more pragmatic, more practical for him to leave his car at home and take public transport and not worry about parking availability and parking fees, not to mention traffic congestion. The objective of the national transport policy is to prioritize public transport, and hopefully with all these public transport improvements, then it will become a more viable, more attractive than it is now. So people, car owners or not, will voluntarily use public transport.
Thank you, sir. Another question from Sir Elson Piano. Since TOD caters people and its activities, can TOD help social sustainability in terms of community engagement and participation? How shall we avoid the spoon-feeding of development to the locals of the community if TOD is a top-down approach of planning and development?
TOD should be a top-down and bottom-up approach, both. And TOD is about consensus building. As I said, there are many stakeholders relevant to TOD. And so TOD must be inclusive. To the extent possible, TOD must include affordable housing. There are TOD qualities or TOD attributes that should guide the planning and design of TOD. This means diverse, dense, quality developments, walkable, cyclable, inclusive, and resilient. And by inclusive, we mean that the approach in planning and designing TOD must be participatory, multi-stakeholder, because that is the nature of TOD. And but we must be mindful of the opportunities that are available. For example, let's say we have these Senate station of the NSRC, very expensive land. There's also the Buendia NSRC station, very expensive land located at the western fringe of one of the most important CBDs of the country, which is the Makati CBD. Should there be affordable housing there? Should there be relocation sites? Should the TOD include the relocation for informal settlement families right within the TOD? We have to be careful with that, and we have to consider that issue very carefully. The important thing is that affordable or socialized housing must be within walking distance from a transit station, not necessarily the central business district transit stations. Of the 11 TOD areas that we are working on now, there are at least 2 that will have or that will include socialized housing developments, either already existing socialized housing or potential socialized housing, to be consistent with the inclusivity, with the inclusion quality of TOD. But it has to be considered very carefully. But there must be that desire to provide people with high quality mobility through a transit system. And that can be done by locating them close to a transit station whenever there is an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Montalbo. Another question from Sir Virgilio Cabato Jr. The ongoing design and construction of the railways are having their TOD. Apparently, the biggest concern is that there are no master plan for the city's location wherein these stations will be established. There is a need to analyze site context and conditions. In a way, is this true that in the cities that some of the railways will be located, there are no master plan?
Well, cities and municipalities have comprehensive land use plans. In fact, they are required to have that. But some mass transit systems are relatively new things, and they may not yet be included. Their presence may not yet be included in the comprehensive land use plan or even the zoning ordinance of these local governments. But let's remember that all these planning documents are supposed to be dynamic. They're supposed to be evolving and responsive, anticipatory to the times. And if a land use plan or a master plan of a city does not yet include plans for TOD, because at the time the plan was prepared, there was no talk yet of a transit station being there, then by all means, it must be updated to now consider and take advantage of a mass transit station there and a TOD area around the station. So these planning documents are supposed to be dynamic. They must be living documents that should be updated as the need arises. Now, let me just go back a little bit to the previous question about the previous issue about socialized or affordable housing. I really think that beneficiaries of these less expensive or socialized housing must be able to enjoy quality accessibility, quality mobility. Sometimes it's confusing, accessibility and mobility. Mobility pertains to people. It is an attribute of people. It's a people's ability to get from one point to another. Accessibility refers to places. Accessibility refers to destinations. These are both positive attributes. Places must be accessible. People must be mobile. And I think those who have less in life must have more in mobility.
Another question from Sir Glenn J. Opiniano. With the current urban system design we have in Metro Manila area, particularly in the urban centers, what is the best strategy to ensure the implementation or incorporation of the TOD concept in the continuing development of these areas?
We'll do the planning of TOD the right way. Do consensus building. Consider the vision and the aspirations of the local area. Engage the local leaders and members of the community in the planning. TOD planning is not a recipe type process. TOD planning must be contextualized. I always say that because there are no two places that are the same. We don't have the same opportunities and challenges in different areas. So we should be mindful of these opportunities and challenges. And the TOD plan has to be contextualized, and it must have the buy-in of the different stakeholders. The private sector will inevitably be involved. The private sector is driven by its profit motive, but that motive for profit must be tempered with public interest.
Sir, for the interest of time, the last question would be, what are the, you discussed this a while ago, what are the specific short-term targets and long-term targets for TOD, or what is your personal vision in the TOD in Philippines, in the Philippine context?
My vision of TOD in the Philippines?
Yeah.
I hope all these good TOD plans actually materialize, because that is what will create quality of life for people. I have seen with my own eyes very good TOD examples in different parts of the world. And if people overseas can enjoy TOD, there's no reason why we should not. We should also be able to enjoy TOD in our lifetimes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that very interactive, informative, and really insightful discussion regarding transit-oriented development. We will now go to our awarding of Certificate of Recognition. May I call on the Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs and Services and the Chairman of the Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2022, Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, to award the certificate.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
So allow me to read the citation first. So Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Dr. Cresencio M. Montalbo Jr. in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the engineering, Science and Technology Professional Chairholder Lecture Series 2022 with the title Transit-Oriented Development, Principles, Policy, and Practice, given this 25th day of November 2022. Signed, University President Dr. Manuel M. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much, ma'am. More power to you.
Thank you again, Dr. Montalvo.
Thank you,
And
Orly.
that ends our morning session in Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2022. Let me ask our participants to open their camera for the photo opportunity with our Professorial Chairholder, Dr. Montalvo.
Hey everyone, may we request that you open your camera so that we can have our photo op. Okay, so we will be taking the shot now.
There's 340 people.
Okay,
So how many
ready?
pages is this?
For the first gallery, 1, 2, 3. Okay, then next for the second gallery, smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
There are
Okay,
50 galleries.
now for the third gallery, so smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, for those of you who was chatting, please refrain for chatting for a while so that we can capture everyone in the photo. So, okay, so moving on to the fourth gallery. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, then moving on to the fifth. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, then sixth. 1, 2, 3, smile. Then for the last gallery, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's it for our photo opportunity. Back to you, Sir Tobola.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Dr. Montalvo.
Thank you.
We will have a lunch break from 12 to 12:45. We will begin again our registration by 12:45 to 1 p.m. You can enter the Zoom during that time. This afternoon, we will have Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling, the Dean of the College of Engineering of University of the Philippines, Diliman, also professor at the Institute of Civil Engineering, and Maynilad Professorial Chair of the same university, to discuss plastic waste management, status, and recommendations. We hope to see you there. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch po.
Sometimes we forget to look around us. Some days we can see the joy that surrounds us. So caught up inside ourselves, we think that we still care. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and every day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to live the day. be thankful for.
Each of us must find our groove.
It's all long overdue. So for tonight, we pray for what people can be, and every day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to be the change. And even though we all can still tomorrow, there's so much to be thankful for. Even with our differences, there is a place we're all connected. Each of us can find each other's side. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and on this day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to be the change, and even though this world needs so much more, there's so much to be thankful. There's so much to be thankful for.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university, further strengthen its academic programs, and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1, Dynamic, Transformational, and Responsible Leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2, Responsive and Innovative Curricula and Instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3, Enabling and Productive Learning Environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4, Holistic Student Development and Engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5, Empowered Faculty Members and Employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, Vigorous Research Production and Utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global Academic Standards and Excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers, as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive, strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
You in the shadows, don't be discouraged, you'll realize it's hard to keep courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all. The darkness around you makes you feel so small. But I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a Show me your splendid. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can, just call me, because you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a red.
So caught up inside ourselves, we think that we should care. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and every day we hope for what we still can't see. It's up to us to live the change, and even though we all can still do more, there's so much to be thankful for. Beyond ourselves, there's so much sorrow. Is it too late to say I'll rise tomorrow? Each of us must find our groove. It's all overdue. So for tonight, we pray for what people can be, and every day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to be the change, and even though we all can still do more, there's so much to be thankful for. Even with our differences, there is a place where we're all connected. Each of us can find each other's side. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and on this day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to be the change, and even though this world needs so much more, there's so much to be thankful. There's so much to be thankful for.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1, Dynamic, Transformational, and Responsible Leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2, Responsive and Innovative Curricula and Instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3, Enabling and Productive Learning Environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4, Holistic Student Development and Engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5, Empowered Faculty Members and Employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global Academic Standards and Excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers, as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Good afternoon again, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2022. I'm Orlando Delfino Tobola, your Master of Ceremony. And it is my honor and privilege to introduce our next Professorial Chairholder. Our Professorial Chairholder for this afternoon is a professor of the University of the Philippines College of Engineering and is director of the Institute of Civil Engineering since 2017. She is the former coordinator of the Environmental Engineering Graduate Program from 2010 to 2016. She was also the former Associate Dean for Student and Industry Linkage of the UP College of Engineering. She earned her BS in Civil Engineering and MS in Environmental Engineering degrees from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and her PhD in Civil Engineering from Tokyo Institute of Technology. Her research interests include solid waste management, environmental impact assessment, water quality management, and water and sanitation. She is the chairperson of the Philippine Association of the Tertiary Level Educational Institutions in Environmental Protection and Management. She also sits as a vice chairperson of Tao Pilipinas, an NGO which assists urban poor communities plan its settlements. She is also a founding partner of AMH Philippines, an engineering consultancy firm. She is the vice chair of the Environmental and Energy Engineering Specialty Group of Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers and also the advisor of its Student Affairs Committee. To discuss plastic waste management status and recommendations, ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the Dean of the College of Engineering of University of the Philippines, Diliman, also professor at Institute of Civil Engineering, and a needed professorial chair, Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling. Ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our lecture number 2. I don't know how many among you were there on the first lecture. Can I see a thumbs up if you were there? So that I would know if I have to repeat some things, but some slides are maybe just a review for you, no? If you were there in the first lecture. Okay, not a lot were there. Okay, so welcome to the to this talk, which I entitled Plastic Waste Management, the Situation in the Philippines and Recommendations. So I do hope that you will learn somehow, pick up some things from this talk. So let me start. Okay. There. So okay, let me start. So at this point in time, it is said that we touch plastic more than we touch our loved ones. No, is this true? Would you agree? If you just try to recall, what was the last thing? What was the last object that you touched before joining this Zoom? For sure, that's plastic because our gadgets are made with plastic. Okay, so that's how ubiquitous plastic is in our lives. It is something that we use on a regular basis. Within one day, we use it. We encounter it numerous times. So if we can see what do we use plastic for, so we use them for gadgets, for transportation, consumer products as packaging, even textiles. No, if our clothes are not made of cotton, it's made up of plastic. And of course, for building and construction, there's also a huge part that is being used for building and construction. And take note, because this is by weight, so we expect a huge chunk would be used for building and construction. But majority of the use of plastic is for packaging, and most of them are single-use packaging. These are the packaging that we dispose right after we use it. No, there's no reusing like sachets or PET bottles which contain our beverage. Okay, so this is supposed to be Slido. Sorry, I lost the Slido feature in my PowerPoint, but then just to make you think maybe, or give you an idea, or what do you think is the plastic consumption of the Philippines? No, on a, let's say on a per kilogram per capita per day. Okay, so maybe in your, maybe you can chat if you have an answer for that. Sorry, because I don't have a Slido right now. I wasn't able to prepare that. But anyone, any guess? Without searching the, or you can also search if you want to, but that will take time. Any guess? There are no wrong answers anyway. Any guess how much in terms of kilograms per capita per day? Sorry, per year. Okay. Okay. So on a per person, no, how much each of us would consume. Let's see, before I share how much we consume in the Philippines, maybe here you'll have an idea. If we look at countries in Asia, in 2019, what is the consumption of plastics per capita per year? No? So maybe you'll have a guess. In the Philippines, we're close to Indonesia in terms of consumption, that we have around 20 kilograms per capita. So each of us consume 20 kilos of plastics in a year. So you can just imagine how big our population is and how much plastics are being used. And out of those, as I have shown in the first figure, that more than 40% of the plastic use that we have is for packaging. It's really ubiquitous. No? Why? Because plastic, when it was first discovered, was considered, even up to now, it's really a very good material. It has a lot of good properties. It's durable and resistant to corrosion. It's resistant to corrosion. It's easy to install and maintain, no, especially for construction purposes. It's hygienic, no, because you can make it airtight. You can make it. It's a good barrier against liquids. So it's an insulator also, but because of these properties, of being a good barrier against air, against liquid, then you can keep food for a longer time. You can keep it sanitary. Then food becomes safe also, food storage. In fact, there are reports that our lives became longer because of the invention of plastic, of it being able to store food for a longer time. Now, it's sustainable in the sense that it is lighter than other materials, then it is easier to transport. It is also cheaper, especially virgin plastic is cheaper as a material. We can innovate with it. It's pliable. You can make shapes, whatever shape you want. You can mold it into that shape when you use plastic. Then, but because of that, it's also very durable. So, but because of that durability, then that's also the downside. It's almost impossible to degrade. No, it takes a very, very long time for it to degrade. So what are the years, no, the number of years that we have the life of our plastics? So the thin ones, the film plastic bags can last up to 20 years, while the rigid ones like your plastic toothbrushes can last up to 500 years. So, okay, I did not include here cigarette butts. So for those of you who are smoking, please be careful with the disposal of your cigarette butts. You also have plastics there, and we see a lot of cigarettes in beaches, and they will not degrade. No, it takes centuries for them to be degraded. And okay, so that small candy wrapper that we threw away will last forever. No, in one talk, I titled my presentation as sorry, it's in Tagalog for those who do not speak in Tagalog, but I titled it as sa plastic my forever. No, that's the unfortunate thing, is that the plastics that we have now, the plastics that have been manufactured ever since the beginning, are still with us in nature now. So that's how serious the situation is. That's how serious is the need to be able to manage our plastics well. Now, in terms of the usability, the life of the plastic, the average useful life of various plastic items would vary also. So for packaging, it's less than half a year, but for building and construction, we can use it as much as up to 35 years. There, so just to illustrate. Plastic is classified into 7 types. This is mostly to help recycling, because in recycling, for us to be successful in recycling, we want our plastics to be homogeneous. So we cannot mix different types of plastics. If we do, the value becomes lower. So this is one of the challenges of recycling. We need, if we're going to be successful with recycling, we need homogeneous recycled material. For example, PET is what we use for our bottles. No, your bottled water, your soda, your C2, no, those juice. So that's called PET. If we want to have recycled PET, then it should also be made up of PET. You cannot mix it with other types of plastics. So that's why if we're going to be serious with recycling, we also have to be serious with segregation up to this level. No, it's not enough that we say, okay, these are all plastics. So these are the different types of plastic, 7 types. If you have a plastic packaging with you there, you can check what type of plastic it is. Now, in some countries where recycling is quite mature and they have good segregation, it's a requirement by the Department of Trade, Department of Industry, that these are included in the labels. So you have type 1, type 2 for these are the rigid plastics we call high density polyethylene. These are the containers of, let's say, your ice cream tubs, your shampoo. No, those are usually HDPE. And then polyvinyl chloride. These are your shower curtains, no, some floor coverings, piping, pipes. No, LDPE is film is soft. No, these are plastic bags or cling wraps, garbage bags. That's what we call low density polyethylene, and then polypropylene are what we use for storing food, for takeout food. Then you also have polystyrene, or the brand, actually styrofoam is expanded polystyrene. No, styrofoam is a brand of plastic. And then the others we call miscellaneous plastics, like your suitcases, CDs, DVDs, parachutes, all of this. So we have to remember that in recycling, not everything is equally recyclable. It's only mostly PET, HDPE, and polypropylene. These are the most common ones that are being recycled, especially in the Philippines. I would have another slide for that. So maybe you have heard or read the reports that the Philippines is the third largest contributor of plastics in oceans. So first is China, second is Indonesia, third is the Philippines. So that was a study in 2015. And then there's a more recent study in 2021 which came out, which looked at the rivers. Where are these plastics coming from? And we can see that so many of these are coming from Asia, and topping them are rivers from the Philippines. If you see this list, 7 are coming from the Philippines: Agno, Rio Grande de Mindanao, Libmanan in Bicol, Pampanga, May Kawayan, Tulyahan, and Pasig River, topping them all. Am I correct? That's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we do emit a lot of plastics, no, from our rivers. So these are from land-based sources. So take note that the plastics that we see in oceans are also coming from land, from inland, and conveyed there through the rivers and ending up in the, eventually rivers would end up in oceans. This one I showed in my last lecture, but just to review, we did this study in 2020, which shows the plastic flow in the Philippines. How much plastics do we really consume in the Philippines? So we saw that 2.1 million tons are being consumed. This is 2019 data. And out of this, only 9% is being recycled. I hope you don't see the chat. Okay, it's gone. Only 9% of this is being recycled within the country. So unfortunately, we have more than a third, no, 35% of these plastics are being leaked to the open environment. Another third is being disposed in landfills, and a small portion is recovered as refuse-derived fuel. They are brought to cement kilns and used as fuel, and then 5% is being exported as waste. So, and then another 16% is being stored and in use. No, these are the plastics that we use as fixtures or as piping in our buildings. And then if we want to see more details regarding this plastic flow, so I just want to highlight, these are in numbers, this time in 1,000 tons per year. So this is, if you want to see how much is being leaked to the open environment, it's 760,000 tons in a year, no, in 2019. And as I showed earlier, very few is being recycled locally. 183, because some are also being exported outside. And we do not consider it recycling because we defined here recycling as being recycled locally, because the ones that are being exported, we are not sure how they are processed. Okay, in these studies of plastic flows, there's one study which lists the US, the US as one of the top emitters of plastics to oceans, also because of this framework that a lot of developed countries would only export their plastic waste, usually to countries with no adequate environmental protection. Usually they export it to poorer countries where we are not sure how they are being processed. So that's why it's also considered leaking to the environment, because we're almost sure that when it goes out to a country where there's no environmental controls, then there's a big probability that it's also going to be leaked to the open environment. Now, if you can see here, what seems to be the problem? No? The recycling industry is a very small industry. That's one of the contributing factors why the recycling rate is very low. Okay, and despite that, despite us having to export or having a lot of plastics being uncollected, we still import plastic waste for processing. Why is that? That's because it's cheaper to do it when you can get it in bulk. You get homogeneous waste plastic in bulk, and then it's dry and clean. So these are the factors which are affecting the difficulty. These are the challenges of plastic recycling in the country. It's very, very expensive. The main cost of recycling is actually, aside from the technology itself, is collection. So I can show, I think in the next slide, I'll show the types of plastics that are being recycled. It's only PET, it's only the rigid HDPE, meaning the hard ones, and the polypropylene, no, in these numbers. We cannot collect the single-use plastics, such as your sandbags. You go to a grocery store and you're given that carrier bag. Those are very light, and also the sachets. They're all over the Philippines. So you can just imagine, how can you collect, let's say, 1 ton of that? No, it will take so much time. So there lies the challenge, the collection of these very light plastics, especially for us, for our country, which is an archipelago. Okay, so here, I'm just going to share with you plastic field surveys that have been conducted by our team. I have not included work of other teams, but later I have a short literature review, or just a listing of the other studies. But anyway, here's one that we did for Pasig River. So this was commissioned by the World Bank, and so we did field surveys and combined it with remote sensing for macroplastics, and also we did microplastic assessments, especially in sewage treatment plants. So for the plastic diagnostics, the field surveys are shown here. So this is, you see here, a Pasig River coming from Laguna Lake, going down to Manila Bay, and we can see, so the circles represent the count of plastic. So this is manual counting. And T stands for trapped waste. No, some have trash traps, but some are just trapped. So it's stagnant. It stays there. And the red ones are taken during the dry season, and the lighter ones, the blue ones, are taken during the wet season. So we can see that the amount of plastics is increasing as we approach Manila Bay. That could be because of we cannot pinpoint specifically what the sources are, because there's also, we have to consider the flow of the river and also the land uses, because in the places where there are a lot of plastic, these are also where we have a lot of settlements, we have a lot of informal settlements where the collection infrastructure does not reach. So, okay, just to give us a glimpse of how much plastics there are in our rivers. And what is it composed of? It is mostly composed of polystyrene or styrofoam. So this is by count. This is also just from observations from the surface. So we know that polystyrene is very, very light. So it floats, while others can be filled with materials and it can sink, no, like PET bottles. And there, so most of them are polystyrene pieces, followed by sandbags. Okay, unfortunately, we also saw some face masks, no? Because we did this when COVID was starting. Another survey that has been conducted was to look at the plastics in tourist islands of Bohol, Siargao, and Siquijor. So at that time, there weren't a lot of tourists. Again, this was around 2021. Not a lot of, we still had a lot of restrictions. So if there were tourists, they were mostly domestic tourists. So here, these are the results. The top 10 plastic waste in terms of count in the 3 islands would be, most of them would be the bottled drinks, no, the PET bottles. So even if we are able to recycle them here, or at least collect them in the Philippines, we still see a lot of them in our water bodies. So then it's followed by wrappers of snacks. So these are wrappers of biscuits, of junk food, and then wrappers of powdered drink, and then the caps of the PET bottles, wrappers, these are the sachets, the shampoo sachets. Now, if we want to see what now are the top 10 brands of plastic in terms of count, no? In some audits, in some plastic surveys, the brand is also included so that we can show the manufacturer and show them how much wastes are being produced from their companies, although it's also a good marketing study, no? The more waste you see of their brands, that means they're very popular. So we see a lot of bottle caps which are unbranded, because when they're separate from the bottle, we cannot distinguish what the brand is. But we see a lot of Coca-Cola. I think it's a global observation. In other countries, we also see a lot of Coca-Cola, as well as Nestle, although they're not listed here. Most of these are Coca-Cola. there. So just to share with you how the sampling is being done, I would encourage the academics and the researchers among you and the students. These are not very difficult to do. Yes, it can be tedious, but this is something that we need to do more in the Philippines because we lack data. It would be good if we have more of this data. So we so let me show you, this is how to sample if you want to look at the plastic waste in beaches or in riverbanks or those that are trapped along riverbanks. So we have, we make transects. So we choose around 100-meter section and we make transects and randomly choose a spot and use a 1 square meter quadrant, lay it on that spot, and we count the number of plastic items there. And then if the plastic is floating in the river, it's in the middle of it's within the river, the body of water, then we do visual counting. So we assign people. Usually we do it on top of a bridge, and you assign people, and each person is assigned a portion of the river, and you count like for every you have timed counting, no? And then you add them up, you know how much plastics passed, let's say over 15 minutes. Okay, you do it throughout the day so that it's the distribution within the day is known, no? Is determined. And then in combination with that, there was also remote sensing, using drones and remote sensing and artificial intelligence, because visual counting is very tedious and we cannot catch everything. So now these processes are being developed. We still need to train artificial intelligence to be able to identify different types of materials. So anyway, the red parts are the plastic or the manual surveys, and then the blue ones, we have UAV flights, no, and compare them with what we got from the field data analysis. So for this study, we did this, but in advanced, there are already cases where a material recovery facility uses artificial intelligence to be able to sort the plastics, all the materials. So they saw that they get more homogeneous segregation using AI, and we also are able to do away with the dirty work, with the hazardous work, and also the repetitive work. So this is the camera setup in Delpan Bridge. No, we set it up there to observe the video images, and this is the drone, no, used in Baseco. Okay, so those are for the bigger plastics. Those are the macro plastics. We now go to microplastics. These are the plastics which are, these are defined as the plastics that are less than 5 millimeters in size. This is how they look like up close. So we can see that they are of different colors, different shapes, and of course, different sizes. And there, when we do microplastic characterization, we analyze them according to these characteristics, because according to shape, according to color, according to polymer type also, because we want to see what the parent material is, so that if we're going to define interventions, if we have to have policies, then we can pinpoint where the microplastics are coming from. So how are microplastics produced? So these are the plastics that have been fragmented via ultra UV radiation. No, you're going to break them down into smaller bits because of radiation. No, you try putting up your sando bag, your carrier bag outside, and some days later they become very brittle, no, and they'll start breaking apart. So they become microplastics. And then it can also be from mechanical abrasion, not just they are torn apart. And there are also plastics that have been manufactured in that size. So that's what we call the primary microplastics. For example, the abrasive material that we include in facial scrubs, in detergents, in toothpaste. No, in an earlier slide, there, the pellets. When the plastics are produced, they are produced in that size. So these plastic pellets are virgin materials, are raw materials for another product or an additive, no, if we need some abrasion. So in Europe, putting primary microplastics are already disallowed in facial wash. And then, but in developing countries, we see the microplastics in the environment are mostly from secondary microplastics, meaning these are the ones which just fragmented from the bigger plastic materials. So what are the risks? When you have these very small bits in the environment, in the ocean, for example, or in the rivers, they will be mistaken for food. So your planktons will take them up, and planktons will be eaten by fish, or they of course they can be directly taken up by fish, and eventually that's how they can end up in the food chain. So this is a study that we have also conducted. The occurrence of microplastics in surface waters and sediments in mostly, of course, in NCR. This is the mouth of the Manila Bay. So the pink colored ones are the microplastics found in the surface water, while the blue ones are those in the sediments, in the bottom sediments. You would see that in the sediments, they are more or less close to each other. No, they become stable, they stay there. And while the pink ones, these are being transported. So it's more affected by the hydrodynamics of Manila Bay, like so the current in Manila Bay is going southward, no, but the residence time can take a long time. So if you have plastics or other contaminants there, it can, if the residence time there is around 2 years, it is said that studies have, the hydrodynamic models would show that it takes 2 years to flush out contaminants, no, in Manila Bay, especially if you're in the northern part. So that's from Maykawayan, Tulyahan. So Maykawayan is where you have the plastics industry also. Tulyahan, you also have a lot of settlements, residential settlements. Then you have Pasig, no, Makati Creeks, Parañaque River, and Cañas River. And then on the other side, in Laguna Lake, we also found these values. No, we see a lot of microplastics there. So this has been published as part of a book chapter there. So what are the other studies that have been conducted. So for freshwater and marine water, 11 rivers, there are 10 studies covering 11 rivers and 2 coastal waters. For marine biota, we have 6 studies by different researchers, of course, looking at microplastics in fish, oysters, mussels, whale sharks. No, I know there's a study of mussels in Cavite, no, of Tahong. So, and they saw microplastics there. And then additionally, there are two studies that have been conducted looking at microplastics from sewage treatment plants. Okay, so the microplastics in sewage treatment plants, we looked at the different types of treatment. All of this biological treatment, these are treatment plants for sewage, for domestic sewage, and most of them are combined with storm water, that's sewage and storm water, but there are 2 cases where it's pure sewage. So that's sequential batch reactor and conventional activated sludge. And we looked at the microplastics in the influent and the effluent and the removal efficiency. So we can see that on average, we can say, we can be confident in saying that around 80% can be removed. 80% of the microplastics that are coming in can be removed from sewage treatment plants, except for maybe we can discard this STPD, letter D, because this is a factor of the operational efficiency of the STP, meaning there was something wrong with the treatment plant itself. So maybe we would ask, where is the microplastics coming from in sewage? We saw that it was mostly coming from clothes. No, they were shaped like filaments. So they were coming from textile, no, from plastic clothes. Very, very little was seen. We were expecting, we actually wanted to see the detergent, the primary microplastics from facial wash, but we didn't see a lot of them. Instead, there was a lot of plastics coming from clothes. And second, especially for those which have combined influent of coming from storm water, so whatever solid waste you have in the storm water, in the drainage canals, you see a lot of people throwing their candy wrappers even in the small drainage canals. Eventually they end up if there's a sewage treatment plant. So there are also plastics that are coming from the bigger plastics. That's what we saw in the sewage treatment plants. So that's one study funded by the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, where we looked at the sources of microplastics from different points, but looking at the contribution of a sewage treatment plant to microplastics. So we looked at there's also a lot of microplastics coming from runoff, which goes with a runoff. Our tires from vehicles would also produce microplastics. So these are our sampling points, downstream, upstream, in the runoff, and then the effluent. So we did this mass balance analysis of how much really is going in where and how much is going out. So in that specific case that we looked at, even upstream of the sewage treatment plant, there was a lot of microplastics already. So the sewage treatment plant can only catch so much. So it was able to remove 82%. So it's still releasing 18%. No? So this is important in defining interventions, even engineering interventions, or if we want to decrease the amount of microplastics in nature, in bodies of water. So what are the factors leading to plastic pollution? First, we have very low waste collection rates for solid waste in general. So that means a lot of our wastes just get leaked out. And from our estimate, the collection rate on a national scale is only at 40%. And you only see good collection rates in urban centers. Here in Metro Manila, here in Cebu or in Davao, and then in the provinces, in the capitals, maybe they would have good collection within the population. But outside of that, all the barangays are left to their own devices. And then we also have ill-designed landfills and open dump sites. So what happens is that you dump it in a dump site that is not well engineered. So you'll have plastics leaking out. We have very poor recycling rates for plastics, very low. As I think the 9% was even a good, that's a national rate, but in many LGUs, it's almost zero, very, very low. So there's almost nothing, no recycling for flexible plastics. If it's a soft plastic, there's no recycling for that. And the recycling infrastructure is very poor. As I've said, even if it's just a junk shop, you don't see junk shops everywhere, because you would only have junk shops if there's a market for the products. If there's none, it doesn't make good business sense to put up a junk shop. So if we want to improve recycling, we need to ensure that the value chain is not broken. No, you have good collection. Then when you have segregation, where will the segregated materials go? Someone will accept them. And then the junk shops, where will they sell it to? Are there factories recycling them? And then after recycling them or getting secondary materials or processing the waste plastics, who would use them? We also lack that. That's why most of these we still export. So we can say that the recycling infrastructure for plastic is very poor. And then for microplastics, we have a lot of untreated wastewater. It's a pathway of microplastics. And then upstream, we have increasing consumption of plastics, especially sachets and single-use packaging. No? We always say that for poorer countries, sachets are popular. You go to developed countries, you see products sold in big packages, you know, because people can afford to buy them. But it's not totally true if it's not totally true that sachets are very popular in the Philippines because we're a poor country. Because if you see other poor countries, they're not they don't use sachets as much as we do. So here, I think there's very good marketing of the multinationals, very good marketing of the sachet. So if we have to think of alternatives of how to deliver goods, no, other than sachets in an economical way. Maybe let's have refilling stations or have cooperatives where they share, they buy products in bulk, and then they share among themselves. We saw a lot of plastic use because of the pandemic. before the pandemic, of course, e-commerce is there, and e-commerce, as all of us maybe would know, uses a lot of plastic in its packaging. Also, the delivery of food, it uses up a lot of plastic packaging. But the consumption really increased because of the pandemic. No, we had no choice. Okay. I've also used this slide last time, but just to emphasize that when we look at the problem of plastics, we should always look at it from the framework of solid waste management. That as long as we do not improve our solid waste management infrastructure, we cannot solve the plastic waste management challenges. So first, again, we start with collection efficiency. It needs to be improved. Material recovery facilities. We lack material recovery facilities. All barangays are required to have material recovery facilities, and yet only 39% of our barangays do have material recovery facilities. Again, also with landfills, there are very few available landfills. So that's the situation, which these are the challenges that we need to address soon. Okay, so what are the efforts to manage plastic wastes? Many private companies are starting to have these initiatives. We have collection centers of plastics. As I have shared, no, this is a main problem. Where do we bring our plastics? Even if we want to segregate, we don't know where will we bring this plastic. So if you see in some malls, Ayala, Schumer, they would have collection centers of plastics, and they would partner with companies who process these plastics. There is Aling Tendera or Plastic Credit Exchange, where they partner usually with sari-sari stores, or they have standalone stations wherein when you bring your plastics there, they exchange it for goods, for groceries. Then it can also be used as construction materials. There's also a policy to ban single-use plastics. And then there's also a very new policy called extended producer responsibility. I have a slide for that. So plastic wastes are used as construction materials, as it's part of bricks and hollow blocks, or eco bricks, we call them. Eco brick is also used as a term when the plastics are placed inside PET bottles, and then they're used as non-load bearing members, no, structural members. And then plastic is also included in concrete. And then there are also some efforts to put plastic, to include shredded plastics in asphalt roads. So these are some of the ways that plastic is being utilized. Okay, now maybe you've heard also of the new materials that are being developed, called bioplastics, or some would call it green materials. So just from the definition, when we say bio-based, it's plastic that is derived from plants or other biomass like starch, like corn. And so bio-based can either be non-biodegradable or biodegradable. And then there are also the conventional plastics are actually fossil-based, no? Based on petroleum. And they are mostly non-biodegradable. But there are also biodegradable fossil-based plastics. Okay, so but let us just be clear that when we say biodegradability, it's defined as something that will degrade completely into substances, no, found in nature. But it doesn't include a specific time frame. It can also take hundreds of years and it's still biodegradable. Okay, what is good would be compostable, because then you can use it as a soil conditioner. But then to compost plastic or any material, you need controls. No, it has to be industrial level composting facility there. So these are very new materials, so we have to be careful also to look at how they are being used. For example, the main issue against bio-based plastics is the competition with food. If it's food-based or starch-based, let's say corn. So, and the way the land is being converted just to be able to produce bio-based plastic. So we cannot say en masse, we cannot say that all of these are good or all of these are bad. So we have to look at it on a site-specific basis. Okay, but just want to share with you the new developments. By the way, oxo-degradable, maybe you've seen that. I know Schumart uses it. And oxo-degradable means it hastens the oxidation. So they put additives so that it degrades in a faster way. But studies have shown that it's not reduced to substances, to the basic substances that are found in nature. What happens is that they just fragment faster. So they just produce microplastics in a faster manner. Okay, so there I am supposed to have another Slido that to ask you, do you have any suggestions on how to solve the plastic waste crisis? So maybe in your mind you can start thinking, and maybe you can also share in the chat. No, I'm really sorry. I want to interact more, but I think I'll also find it difficult to read the chat. But please feel free. Yeah, I'll appreciate that if you have some ideas on how to solve the plastic waste crisis. No, so these are some of the things that we have thought of. That first, as I have been emphasizing, we need to improve waste management infrastructure. We have to stop blaming people. I think I also said that in the first lecture. We always hear that, oh, pasaway kasi, people are not disciplined. So, okay, let's give them IEC materials. That's not enough. Yes, it is. It has some effect. But no matter how hard we tell them to segregate, if there is no one taking those segregated materials, it amounts to nothing. Okay, so we should look at it on a holistic way. We should look at the infrastructure. I was not able to emphasize also the role of the informal waste sector. There's a huge informal waste sector in the plastic waste management. You have waste pickers. I'm sure all of us have seen one or have dealt with one. You have junk shops which are undocumented. They need to be recognized. They need to be included in the solution. Find ways of, well, we cannot force them to be documented. There are so many related issues, but definitely the solutions that we will come up with should include them. In fact, one of the difficulties, by the way, it's very difficult to get data on all of this, especially that mass flow analysis I was showing you, those numbers. It's very difficult because of the informal sector. A lot of things are not being documented, but so that's where the challenge is. No? The informal sector, that very lowly mangangalakal, that very lowly waste picker that goes from house to house actually contributes a lot. And yet they do it for free. That's supposed to be the role of the government. If you think about it. So that's where the focus is now. Think of ways of how to involve them. And also, of course, the recycling infrastructure. We need investment. We need support for the collection. And then collection and recycling and cleaning the, by the way, another reason why it's very difficult to recycle low value plastics, the very thin ones. Usually that's what we use to contain food when you have takeout food, right? So it's very difficult. Once it's contaminated, it's difficult to recycle. And then let's look at the technical and financial challenges to recycle low value plastics. That's what I was talking about. We need to redesign plastic packaging. We make it easier for recycling to be done. No, even the adhesives that are used for labels should be considered, because we need to remove the labels for the packaging. Otherwise, because those are different kinds of plastics. We need to close the loop. This is the framework of circular economy. So we need to use the framework of circular economy, wherein we want to use less virgin materials. We want to dispose less materials. We want most of the materials going back to the loop and being reprocessed. Now, we need data collection, management, and analytics. This is how we can find points of plastic leakage. If we don't have data, no, this is my favorite mantra, we cannot monitor what we do not measure. We do not know how we are improving if we don't have the numbers. Next is, we want to hold the manufacturers responsible for its packaging. We call the extended producer's responsibility. I have another slide for that. And then finally, for microplastics, we want to improve wastewater treatment infrastructure. Okay, so I'll choose some of them and discuss the recommendations. One is for extended producer's responsibility. This was passed very recently in July 2022. It's called Republic Act 11898. And the IRR is just being prepared right now. It's being finalized. So the details are not yet there. But this one is the extended producer's responsibility for manufacturers of plastic packaging. And this one mandates companies to establish EPR programs for plastic waste reduction, recovery, and diversion. So how does it work? So the plastic producers here in the blue block would be paying the producer's responsibility organization composed of the producers, the waste, all the stakeholders of plastic waste management. And so the payment would be dependent on the amount of plastics that were produced. And so the plastics that have been produced, so the one in green is the money flow. So the one in pink is the material flow. The plastics that were produced are going to be used by the consumers and then collected by the waste management operators, the collectors, the recycling. And then this PRO we call will pay the waste management operators to ensure that the plastics are being collected and that recycling is being done. The recycling part, I'm not very clear yet in the IRR, but that's the intention. So this is what we call extended producer's responsibility, because we realize that there's not enough funds for recycling plastics. The history of extended producers' responsibility started from e-waste, from electronic waste. By the way, we produce so much electronic waste because the technology becomes obsolete in a very short time. The marketing is very good. Consumers want to have the latest gadgets. So that's why we use up a lot of electronics and end up with a lot of e-waste. But anyway, that's how extended producers' responsibility framework started. Okay, another recommendation is collecting data systematically and analyzing it systematically to be able to determine points of waste leakage. I'm not sure if we have some local government units in our among our audience, but this is something that we really want our local government units to do, to really look at the numbers and do it scientifically. And it's not the way it's being done now. There are some flaws in how numbers are being computed, but this takes up some hard work because we really need to collect primary data. But then this will give us the real score, the real story. No, you will be amazed at how much recovery rates are being reported by our local government units, but when you sit down and look at the numbers, they're much lower. I think it's better to accept, no, that okay, this is our recycling rate, it's really low, so we have to improve. But anyway, this is a waste flow diagram. We need to express to present our data this way. We need to know the amount of waste being generated, how much goes where, how much is recovered, how much is disposed, how much is collected. Then these are the SDG targets, no? City recovery rate and food waste. Now we're also conscious of our food waste index. So it's good if local governments can do this. This is also something that we are advocating with the National Solid Waste Management Commission, if we can include in solid waste management plans. Now, if the waste flow diagram is for all the waste, but this one we concentrate on plastics because we want to address plastic leakage. So there are tools for this, no, that are readily available and can be shared. But anyway, this would show us the plastic waste leakage. Where exactly are they going? So we get them from observations of like where are the dump sites located, how are the garbage collected, are they just being thrown to the trucks, are the trucks covered? So we can estimate how much is retained on land, how much goes to water, how much is burned, no, even if it's not allowed, burning is still being done, and how much goes to drains. So these are the data-based situation, no? Okay, I think this is my last recommendation, is let's take advantage of the Internet of Things, or we can communicate through a mobile app. Some apps have been developed. We take advantage of citizen science, wherein our citizens can report data. So this one was our attempt from our DOST project. Unfortunately, we had problems of hosting, who will host our mobile app, who will maintain. Anyway, we wanted to have a mobile app wherein we can see the waste collection schedule. So depends on where you are. You can see where you can bring your recyclables. You can report waste concerns such as missed collections, improper disposal, those things, no? And these are some of the features. It's called WAIS. And then, sorry. So this is another system. This one is alive. It's called Best Trash to Cash Back. So it's operated by a private company wherein, so it's like what I discussed earlier, where they exchange their plastics. So there are points where the plastics are exchanged, and then they have cards where the value of the exchange materials is stored, and they can redeem it with partner shops like coffee shops. At least a coffee shop I know of, but so it's in a card and you can go there and redeem the value. Okay, and then Best would go to the drop-off points and collect the materials, and they'll have the recycling. Now they have partners also who are recycling. So as you can see, we really have to be creative of how to be able to collect these recyclable materials. So this is the same program, Trash to Cashback program. Okay, segregate, exchange, redemption. So this, they can use it in Lazada. So far, those are the partners. I'm not part of this. I just know someone from this company. I think it's a good illustration of just, well, the idea is we have the internet and we can take advantage of what it can provide us. Okay, so there's also an app called My Basurero where you can hail, you can call a waste collection. Okay, so it's like an advertisement of My Basurero. Anyway, this is my last slide. What are the takeaway messages? There are 3 main waste management infrastructure systems that need to be improved to address the problem of plastic pollution. That is collection, segregation, and recycling. And again, when I talk about segregation, it's not the fault of the consumer. It's not the fault alone, of the citizen. Because I always hear that, because we're not disciplined, we cannot segregate. Okay, as long as we don't have the infrastructure, how would you convince people to segregate? No, collection is a challenge in an archipelagic setting. So we have this special, we have in the Philippines, you don't see that in landlocked countries. So where transportation and hauling is a little easier. LGUs are the main implementers of waste management, and they need capacitating. We need to support LGUs. The capabilities of LGUs need to be supported. Management of data is vital, and digitizing information will systematize the monitoring and setting of targets to improve waste management. This also promotes transparency and accountability. So we can help also curb corruption if we are being transparent with data. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you got something from that lecture. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tanchuling. Actually, there are a lot of comments and suggestions in our chat box as well. And we will now go to our open forum and ask questions. We have several questions already. First question is, several LGUs have enacted local ordinances banning the use of plastic bags purportedly to help address the plastic waste problem. Has this been effective?
Well, the ban on single-use plastics, unfortunately, was stopped because of the pandemic. For some local government units, I think There was some success. I know Los Baños was first in doing that. So in terms of being able to reduce the amount of plastics, yes, that was effective. Unfortunately, we had to stop it because of the pandemic. We cannot use reusable bags. So it's only now, I think, that we are going back to banning single-use plastics.
I think this next question is just to clarify some discussions. What do you think is the challenges in the status of plastic waste management in the Philippines, especially that we have a law on solid waste management?
What I think the entire lecture was about the challenges. I would say because we have very poor solid waste management infrastructure. That's the main challenge. RA 9003 is not enforced completely. Yeah.
Yes. Another question is from Sir Nadir Abdul Karim. In this presentation po, have we considered all waste materials, especially those coming from hotels and other private establishment? And the next question is, are hotels and other private establishment in Metro Manila do recycle their waste materials?
Okay. So hotels, we would call in the hospitality sector, right? I'm trying to think of that, maybe you would know better. There's a technical term for their sector. But at least many hotels are already, if they have the sustainability core as a core value, they would already have policies on like doing away with single-use plastics. You know, for example, the toiletries would come in, are refilled, no, instead of the sachets. So it depends. There are many good models or best practices that we can cite. So it really also depends on the leadership of hotel associations. So there are some which are quite conscious, but as a sector, they're well organized. So in terms of being able to affect policies or changes, it's easier to talk to them. So if we want to introduce something, they're more receptive. As to the question, did we, in the studies that we conducted, yes, in the tourists, in one study that I showed, the tourist islands, yes, we coordinated with the like associations in those islands, except that during that time they didn't have a lot of tourists, but we got a lot of insights from them regarding their efforts to reduce single-use plastics. By the way, if I may just share, no, I think Siquijor Island is a good model of really trying to do away with plastics. They're quite strict that the retail, even the small sari-sari stores don't have sachets, so they have they sell things in bulk, and then the consumers come with their own containers. So that's one example.
Another question po from Ms. Donna Mel Sayari. I would like to know if the implementation of MRFs in the barangay levels have contributed in the plastic collection, since the major concern is the plastic collection around the Philippines.
Yeah, I would say, hi Donna Bell. I would say it's a factor in the poor recycling rates. If we don't have places where we can store our recyclables. But then it doesn't stop there. When we have these places where we can store our recyclables, it should go to the next level, which is the recycler. But if they're not there, then it's also difficult, even for the barangays.
Ma'am, another question regarding extended producer's responsibility. Is this in a way to promote circular economy in the country? Or
Yes, definitely. Definitely, we're encouraging the manufacturers to close the loop, so to speak, to rethink the design of their packaging, maybe to think of alternative materials, to do away with some packaging and to use recycled materials in their packaging. Yes. It's in the context of circular economy.
Ma'am, another question from Ana Mendoza. What is your take on waste to energy facility, especially that the Department of Energy considers waste as a form of renewable energy?
Okay. Thank you. Last night I was trying to include that slide, but was not able to. But okay, let me answer that. First, if we want to be sustainable, we want to have circular economy. And there's some conflicting views about waste to energy. Is it part of circular economy when you don't return the materials to the manufacturing process? So in Europe, they would consider yes, it is. They would even in some studies, we should be careful when we're reading about recycling rates. Some studies would consider those that went to waste to energy as part of the recycling rate. Okay, some schools of thought would say it's not part of the circular economy, it's a way of disposal. Well, it's a little higher than simply landfilling them. Okay, and okay, my personal view is if we're going to have waste to energy, let it just be for the materials that are very difficult to recycle. As I've said, the composite materials, the very low value plastics, and I'm not sure if Department of Energy considers waste as renewable energy. I know they do not, except unless they have changed it. The last time I checked, maybe agricultural waste, yes, it's considered, or biomass is, but not plastics, as far as I know. But I think okay, as a technology, for example, incinerators or pyrolysis, I think they should be developed, and we should take advantage of that technology, those technologies that are available. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. There is actually JB Belgado from PSU is sharing that in municipality of Labo in Camarines Norte, they have an effective implementation of banning the usage of single-use plastic in their locality as well. So I think this movement has a lot of supporters in different parts of the country already.
Yes, but maybe just a warning. I know a lot of local government units have these ordinances, but it's good if we can monitor. If they're really being followed, if they're really being effective, and also from the part, in fairness, also to those who are issuing, to the government who are issuing the ordinances. If when we issue ordinances like banning a certain material, we have to ensure that there's an alternative to that material that we are banning. Yeah, because we have seen in Quezon City or in Makati, this was pre-pandemic, we did studies, we conducted walks, or we looked at the wastes in the bodies of water, and we still see a lot of plastics, even if single-use carrier bags have already been banned, or even the waste that are being thrown, you still see a lot of plastics. So maybe we have to look at the effectivity. So there are, to the students there and the researchers, no, there are a lot of studies that we need to do.
Thank you, ma'am. For the interest of time, that will be our last question. And we will now go to our awarding of certificate. For the awarding of certificate, let me call on the president of the University of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Manuel M. to award the certificate.
Hello, yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling in grateful acknowledgement of her distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the Engineering, Science, and Technology Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2022, Plastic Waste Management Status and Recommendation. Given this 25th day of November 2022, signed by yours truly. Thank you, Dr. Tanchuling.
Thank you, President Bong, and thank you, PUP, for the opportunity. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Tanchuling and President Muhi. We will now go to the closing of our Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2022. Let me call the Dean of the College of Engineering, Dr. Remedios D.G. Ado, for the closing remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Engineer Tubola. To our online participants, guest speaker, university officials, organizers, friends, guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. We are very fortunate to see everyone in our lecture series, someone who play an important role in our society, someone that always uphold to good morals and act as inspiration to everyone. We are also very thankful for the presence of our President, Dr. Manuel M. So we heard the lecture from our two experts, Dr. Cresencio Montalbo Jr., kanina pang umaga, also from the University of the Philippines. He enlightened us on the topic transit-oriented principles and practices with alignment to sustainable development goals. Transit-oriented development, or TOD, its benefit, promoting urban sustainability and the land use and transportation interaction. While our second speaker, Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling of the Institute of Civil Engineering, University of the Philippines, Diliman, we heard her a while ago, and she shared with us her expertise on the topic plastic waste management in the Philippines, situation and recommendation, plastic material flow analysis of the Philippines, the useful life of plastic, solid waste management infrastructure, and recommendation to solve the plastic waste crisis. And we learned a lot from these two expert speakers, and we would like to extend our gratitude to both of these speakers. And to everyone here in the webinar, thank you for finding time to be with us today, despite of your hectic schedule. I know it takes a lot of sacrifices to set aside time out of your busy schedules and join us in this webinar. Let me share this quote from Naomi. If you believe in your idea of change and are willing to work hard, sooner or later, that dreams will be reality. As I come to close, I would like to share this one to everyone. This Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series is one of the catalysts that help us become updated with the current trends because of its high-quality organizers, participants, and top caliber speaker. It also enlightens our day-to-day activities and set a satisfying output to our performance. We can do so much with your participation, and we need each other to become successful in our undertakings. Maraming salamat po and have a good day. See you all in our next lecture series.
Thank you, Dr. Ado. And that closes our Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2022. May I request our participants to open their camera for the photo opportunity.
Okay, we request for the opening of camera. Okay, so we will now take the shot. So for the gallery number 1, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, next gallery. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next gallery. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sir. So that will be all.
Okay, thank you everyone. And we will now play the PUP hymn.
Thank you, Dr. Net. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Tanchuling.
You're welcome. Salamat din.
Okay, as shown on the screen is the list of participants and their affiliation. So we would like to grab this opportunity to thank everyone who have participated. So again, thank you very much everyone for your support. And we hope to see you again on our future Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series events. Thank you guys and have a great day ahead. Thank you. Please do not forget to answer your evaluation link found on our chat box and on the screen. Please make sure to enter your correct name as we will not issue another certificate for those misspelled names. Thank you. Thank you po. So guys, once you have already completed the evaluation form, you may now leave the Zoom. Thank you po. Again po, thank you very much for all the participants. Once you have accomplished your evaluation form, you may now leave the Zoom. Thank you.